Hi. I think I'm live, or at least I see it on the... Yeah, okay. Hi everyone. Hope you're all having a good day. I'm gonna be showing off the... Uh... God of War 2 speedrun. Okay. So, I'll just start it off for whoever's on timer. Yep. We're gonna start when I press no here, which will be in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so this is God of War 2. God of War 2 was released on the PlayStation 2 as well as the PlayStation 3. It was initially released on the PlayStation 2, and that is the version that I initially learned on, so that's what I'll be playing today. It was released in 2007, and it is a action-adventure game set in Greek mythological setting. So you're gonna be seeing a lot of stuff like that. And because this run is very hard glitchless, there aren't gonna be any glitches used, and it's also gonna be on the new game, not New Game Plus. So we'll get to watch all the cutscenes that happen throughout the course of the game. Yeah. So I hope you will enjoy them. If you're someone seeing the game for the first time, you'll get to see a bit of the story with all the cutscenes that happen. Even though this is the second game, you can kind of grasp a little bit about what's going on. Because yeah, there was the first game and then this one came out, but you can still kind of understand what's going on, even if you haven't seen the first game. It starts off with the protagonist, Kratos. He's destroying roads, or calling upon his warriors to destroy this area. But the gods of Olympus don't want him doing that, so we'll see what happens. Game audio is kind of low. I can make it louder. How's that? Is that better? Let me know if that's a bit better, because when I did the test, they said it was too loud, so okay. That's better, that's good. Okay. Now, Very Hard Glitchless has some pretty interesting strategies along the way that I'll get to show off. And because it's new game, we're gonna be building upon the run with collecting like different weapons and techniques and things. The first fight, so this is leading on from the first game. Kratos has his blades fully upgraded, as well as this magic, which is with lightning. This magic at the start of the game is pretty useful because it has a pretty big area of effect. Like, it will hit lots of enemies in like a circle, like this. It goes around in a circle, so it can hit a lot of enemies. It's really good at the start here to use that. And I also use just a basic heavy combo to do damage to the enemies to clear them
He still
out.
has some of the powers of a god.
And during this first section, Kratos is getting harassed by this big colossal statue that was brought to life. He's gonna be trying to get us along the way. He is there. Now what you can do here at the start, because he will always put his hand out like that, if you go over here, you can hit him and then throw the rock at him. The rock is necessary because we need to go into this catapult. We need to do some damage to him before we can go inside of it. Let's get rid of them, and we're gonna collect this chest. So there are two types of, well, there's actually three types of chests in the game. There's red, green, or blue. I also didn't quite hit him there. There we go. It was a little bit off. Blue is for magic, green is for health, and then red is for currency that you use for level ups, which is like blood orbs. Now once the Colossus is staggered enough, we can go into the catapult and do some quick time events to tell him to go away. Yeah, I'm playing on PlayStation 2 today. We're gonna see him again, but before we do, we're gonna go through here. He has some mechanics in the water where he can zip forward. Obviously, boosting through the water is faster than just normally swimming through or trying to go fast in the game. He also can grapple on certain points in the game, like that. We're gonna see that a few times when going around the world. There are enemies here, but they are not a requirement to defeat, so we can just bypass them. The Colossus comes back and he tries to step on Kratos, but is unable to, as Kratos pushes him away. Now we actually have to fight him quite a bit in this next part after we get up here. He has a roar at us and we go down. If you wait here to the side, he will do this move. By doing that, you can get access to his arm. And what we try and do is get damage on his arm while he's getting ready to slam down. Then we use lightning. And then we repeat. So that way you can get enough damage for him to then go to the other side. This needs to happen twice for each side. Swing over, and then we have to do the quick time event that happens here. The quick time event here is always the same, which is good, so you don't have to guess which buttons to press. Now when he comes here, he will do a roar with his hands down. Quickly do an attack so then we can do some damage.
I am the god of war.
We want to attack the corner. And then more lightning. Then he takes the damage necessary for him to continue to progress the fight. These quick time events are also the same each time that you play. Then you just have to do L1, R1 so that Kratos doesn't get squished in the hand of the Colossus. And he gets it. Now in terms of story, God of War is kind of an interesting story in terms of the protagonist not being like the hero or like the savior or, you know, the positive character to look up to. Kratos is a very interesting character in that, like, he's not a very nice person. In fact, pretty much all the characters in the game are not very nice. But even though they are like that, you can still learn quite a bit from the story and reflect on it, which is cool in my opinion. We do that to get rid of the enemies in the corridor. There are pressure plates here. I need to put this on so that we can progress onward.
Die with honor!
Yeah, in Greek mythology, the gods are not very nice too. Like, yeah, in the myths. And definitely in the game of the God of War games, they are. In the first game, second game, and third game, they're all very much not nice at all. He tries to take a peek at us, but we just put lightning in his face. And now we have our first interaction with
Kratos.
Zeus.
I do not need your help, Zeus. I can take down this beast.
I offer you more than help, Kratos. I offer
Yeah,
you
protagonist,
power.
but not the hero, that's correct. And like, initially when I first played the games, I really didn't like
It was this
Kratos as a
blade
character,
that ended the great
because, you know, he's
war
like,
and
you know,
defeated the Titans.
he's pretty
Train your
horrible of a
godly powers
person.
into the sword,
But
Kratos.
the more that I've
Only
played the
then
games,
will
the
you
more
reach
that
your
I've
full
realized
potential.
aspects of his character that
Why do you aid me now?
I can relate to and
What
like
I do now,
a little bit.
I do for the good of
In that,
all
like,
Olympus.
yeah. I'll get to talk about it a bit more because there are some cutscenes that show it a bit more in the game. But yeah, even though he is not a likable character, I still consider him an enjoyable character to look upon and learn from. Now here, there are going to be some arches below. And we're going to try and do some movement so that... Huh? No! Wait, I'll try again. Sometimes you can get past here without them shooting you. And that's like what you want to do in the speedrun because it's fast. But sometimes they're just god gamers and they do that, so we'll just get rid of them today. If you're trying to like go for really optimal time save, you want to just go for it. You also have to be pretty fast with doing it too. Because Kratos' movement up here, like he's very delicate and doesn't want to run unless he's like on a flat surface. Because he's like wobbling on the wooden poles, wooden beams. Okay, now we're gonna see the Colossus again because we are not done with him and he is not done with us. He breaks the bridge behind us and there is the blade that Zeus is giving to Kratos to use to defeat the Colossus. We're gonna use the lightning. When you use magic in the game, you often get iframes. So we take advantage of that to iframe through some attacks. You'll notice that a lot across the run and I'll point it out.
Power drained into the blade.
He has to
You have the
drain
strength
his
to destroy
power
all.
into the blade. As Zeus described. So he progressively loses his meters. He lost his blood orbs, so like the little red circles, and now he's losing his magic meter. And then he will also lose his health meter. Now when he does these attacks, you can roll through them, because he has a little bit of invincibility during his rolls. Rolling is also the main form of movement throughout the whole course of the speedrun. You roll Kratos forward and then you do an attack, and then you cut that attack animation short and roll again, and that's like the main way of moving throughout the course of the game. We take his hand and we use it to bonk him in the head. And now Kratos goes inside the Colossus. Because the people were building this as like a statue, but one of the Olympic gods brought it to life. And so now Kratos is versing it. There are these several layers up of it that Kratos will need to put the Blade of Olympus into to take down and defeat the Colossus. Several parts he needs to climb on the walls. There's also a rope he needs to go across. We'll try to do some jumps here. Yep, very good. You can jump across those beams instead of just walking all along them just to save a little bit of time. So that's nice. There is a little bit of a risk involved. If you miss, you fall all the way down to the bottom, but we'll try our best. Yay, very good. Now we have to go up here, and then there's gonna be another one here. We'll try to do a little bit of a jump here that I recently learned that runners do. Yeah, very good, cool, okay. So what you can do there is you can do a jump below and then jump up to grab from the bottom. And that way you can save a little bit of time because you don't have to travel along the beam the whole way because it can be a bit slow. So doing a little bit of jumping there can save a little bit of time. And yeah, the enemies are not very smart. They fall to their deaths. So they do that. Now he has to go all the way up here. And I always think about the muscle strength needed to climb like this, especially considering he is in full armor. But Kratos is a demigod, so I guess it checks out. Over here. I need to go up. There are these beams that go into the eyes. And because of those beams, we cannot go across like we need to do. We hit the pendulum and then quickly go back up. I pull the lever so that the pendulum goes up. And I will use these shots with the blade to try and aim. Okay. You did that. That's alright. You do these shots so that you can do damage to the next chain that you need to break. And then you're meant to quickly get back up and then go in, but I was a little bit slow. I spent a little bit too much time attacking. That's alright. There we go. And that's the last one. And now after this we're gonna have quite a bit of cutscenes, so we'll get to talk a little bit more about just the backstory of the games a bit. And see what happens. He emerges from the Colossus's mouth, and the Colossus goes down.
Do you see, gods of Olympus? Do you need more proof than this?
This is always such a funny cutscene because he talks so big and then just gets squashed.
Placing all of his godly power into the weapon had rendered Kratos
Yeah, poor
mortal,
thing.
vulnerable to the arms of death. Bloodied and beaten, he knew that to have any hope of survival, he must retrieve the Blade of Olympus.
Hey, Wasabi. Thanks for the blood.
Humiliated before his Spartan army, Kratos dragged himself up from the dirt.
All of his armor also just crumbles off him too. Now there's just this little segment where you have to walk. You have to hobble to the blade.
How can this be?
To try and get his powers back that he put into the blade. But we see that this was all just manipulated. This whole scenario was manipulated.
You?
Yes, I am forced to attend to this matter myself. Athena refused to undo her mistake. Imagine caring for a creature such as yourself.
Yes, so
Why?
Zeus here,
Why would you betray me?
It is you
he doesn't
who would
want
betray me.
Kratos to
Am I to stand
take
idly
down
by while
Rhodes
Olympus is
or
threatened?
Olympus
Your hands are already
'cause he feels
stained
threatened
the
by
blood of a
Kratos.
god. I will not let Ares' fate be my own.
The gods are petty and pathetic, and your rule is weak.
I grow tired of this insolence. I am the king of Olympus. And it is
So
my
Zeus
way
was the one that
the
made the
way of
Colossus
God.
come to life. Because in the cutscene you see that
Forever serve me.
the large bird
I serve you.
sat on the statue and then it breathed life into it. Yeah, this is live. Hi. How are you? So now that Zeus manipulated Kratos to believe that, you know, he could trust him to defeat the Colossus, which was entirely manipulated,
I would rather die.
he now kills Kratos with the blade that has all of Kratos' power in it.
This path
Godly
is
powers.
of your choosing.
A choice from the gods is as useless as the gods themselves.
Even now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me. Everything you have ever known, Kratos, will now suffer because of your sacrilege.
Also, these cutscenes just look so cool. Like, you see like the details of the hair and like this old style of like PlayStation 2 cutscenes. It's so good. They just look so good to me. And like this, it's such a big like scene of him just destroying all of Kratos' army.
You will pay for this, Zeus. Be certain of that.
Now, one thing also about the game was this game released like right near the end of the PlayStation 2's life cycle. Because initially it was only gonna be on PlayStation 3, but they said, oh, you know, the PlayStation 3 isn't that old, so we'll put it on PlayStation 2 because most gamers have a PS2. So they put it on PS2 and then put it on PS3. Yeah, a lot of PS2 games have good graphics. Hey, zombie.
Kratos was destined to bring about change so severe that it would shake the very
Yeah, and now
pillars of Mount
Kratos,
Olympus.
he gets dragged
His death
down.
was something that I could not
He's in the
allow.
process of getting dragged down to Hades and he's having flashbacks of his life. These are scenes that happen in the first game
Destroy my enemies and my life.
when Kratos was the leader of an army and about to die. He cried out to Ares to receive power in exchange for like his service to the gods so that he wouldn't die. But in exchange for that power, Ares made him commit horrendous acts of violence and even blinded him to murder his own family.
You are not meant to die here.
And this scene here with the naked woman, even though it's just like, it seems out of place, it's really not. because in that scene, he is on the boat, which is in the first game, where it mentions that to try and like deal with his trauma, he goes to alcohol and women, or like sex, to try and, you know, forget all the traumas and his sins that he had committed while under the guidance of Ares.
But I can no longer simply watch. We will help you defeat Zeus. Death is an escape, Kratos.
Here we have Gaia. So Gaia is a very key figure in the game. She is the one that brings Kratos back to life.
I will show you the way to the sisters
and is like the driving force throughout the second game for Kratos. Now that scar on his stomach from Zeus stabbing him with the blade remains with him in the third game, which is interesting. Now we have to climb out of here. So there are these hands that on very hard you grab and then you can kill them straight away. This is unique in very hard difficulty because grabbing is really powerful on very hard. Just the way that grab damage scales by comparison to the other difficulties is actually really interesting because you think it would do less, but it actually does more. I'm getting staggered here and thankfully did not die. Sometimes you can get staggered to death there. Now he's climbed out. We reload checkpoint here because when you reload the checkpoint, when Gaia starts to talk in a bit, she actually talks faster.
I never lost faith.
So you
Return to Sparta and prepare for battle.
But our brothers
This is one of the Spartan warriors
still hold a
of
sword.
Kratos' army who is still
Spartans
alive.
do not surrender. Do as your god commands.
And what of you, my lord?
I am going after Zeus. It seems I still have allies on Olympus.
And he tells him to go back to Sparta. Pegasus is here, and Kratos flies the Pegasus. Enemies do have more health. Yes, they definitely do. Enemies also do more damage. But it is interesting or very hard, like in terms of the damage that Kratos can do. Collision damage when two enemies collide together is actually really powerful on very hard by comparison to the other difficulties. Because if you try and do the strategies that are on very hard, on like easy difficulty, you can't do them. They're like, yeah, the difficulty has like some uniqueness about it. Which does make this category really fun to run.
More help than I can give. My Titan brother slumbers deep inside his mountain prison. Go. It is time he was awakened.
Have to wait for the magic to fill up and then enemies will spawn in. You just wanna swing into them like this. You hit them and it actually does quite a bit of damage to defeat them. And one thing that we try and do is stay on the side, so then when the enemies spawn in, they don't have to travel as far. This is a requirement here, you have to do this quick time event. You can't just avoid the bird, it has to happen. Yeah, they are very good. This game also has very good environmental design, or like the different environments in the game. There's quite a bit of variety for what you do and where you go. So right now, in the story, Gaia is sending you to see one of her Titan brothers. That's what she says. So we're going to go see another Titan. Yeah, in this layer. I just did grab and defeat these enemies because they give a little bit of health. So that will just help out for progressing through. So this Titan, he is stuck. He is, yeah. His arms are in the walls and he cannot escape. Now as we go along, the Pegasus gets trapped under the Titan's hand. Very sad.
You do not have enough power to lift the fingers of the great Titan. You must free the Pegasus, Olympus. It is your only passage to the Sisters of Fate.
Yeah, we must release the Pegasus. Now this wall climbing section is, yeah. This wall climbing section can have some bad things happen, like that. Because of the ways that the enemies are on the walls, if you're a little bit too high, or if the enemies, like the enemy placement is not good,
It is your only passage to the Sisters of Fate.
Kratos will fall off the wall. There we go. We want it to be a little bit lower there. Yeah, he gets into like a weird animation because like he's trying to grab the wall. We don't want to get hit by these enemies because they actually do a lot of damage. Even though they're like a basic enemy type, they are not to be underestimated. We avoid them, very good. Now we go up here. Yeah, on PlayStation 2, there are loads that happen like this. This doesn't happen on PlayStation 3, but on PlayStation 2, you can tell that the game wasn't designed to be run through fast because the game cannot catch up. It's like, hold on, I gotta load. Hey Max. There are archers here that are positioned on these steps. We need to get up here, so we just break the wooden structure. And now we're gonna meet another character. This is Prometheus.
God of war, you live. I no longer walk with the gods. Who has placed you in this torment?
Zeus,
Hey Marathon Man.
my only crime was helping mankind. When I took the fires of Olympus to the mortals, Zeus considered it a betrayal. As punishment, he
So
made me
Prometheus
mortal
is actually a
and
titan.
condemned me to be
In like
savagely
Greek mythology,
consumed
he's actually a titan.
every
Even though he
day
appears here
by
in like
this
human size,
cursed bird.
he is actually
And
one of the
then,
titans.
With the fall of night, I am healed. How long have I been here? How long have I suffered this curse? I truly do not know.
Very sad fate that Prometheus has.
ghost of Sparta, release me from my torment.
Yeah, Zeus is very petty. Okay, didn't quite get what I wanted. But you hit him down and then he's on the chain here. And basically Prometheus is asking to die. He's been through enough and he's asking to die from the flames. The camera pans to where we need to go. We're going to go see the Titan. That is frozen. Oh, that is frozen in the mountain. At this, yeah, even though they do have that as an explanation in God of War 3 that he was affected by Pandora's box, I still think he was just not nice. I don't think he was nice at all. Because when you, like, in the PSP games as well, the events and things that happened before God of War 1, he was still not a nice dude. Alright. I waited there because if you go too fast, you can get soft locked. So waiting there a little bit is beneficial. Now we're in Typhoon's cave, or Typhon's cave. There he is there. And he is not happy with us being here. He is very grumpy. He's gonna be spitting ice cold winds at us to try and push us up the ledge. Now the reason I take this camera pan now is so that later on it doesn't slow us down, because they're going to be enemies that spawn on the side there, so we do that now while they're not there so that they don't bother us too. Those bats there, or the harpies there, they can be annoying, but thankfully they weren't today. Yeah, Zeus has always been not very nice. Here we get the bow. This bow in the speedrun is like one of the most important tools. Not necessarily because it shoots arrows, but just because of the really short animation that the bow has is something that we use a lot in the speedrun that is really useful. We need to shoot him to get him to let us go here. We'll start this fight. Now we're gonna see the power of, hopefully what it is to hit enemies together. If you grab enemies and then hit them into other enemies, it does a lot of damage and enemies die really fast. I just shoot them to get rid of them today. Now these rocks give quite a bit of currency. So now, yeah, on the American version of the game on PlayStation 3, you can crash the game if you animation cancel while Rage is activated. On the European version of the game, it's fine. It's just only the American version, for some reason, it has that problem. And only when you use Rage. Now what here I do is I grab the harpies and then use them to hit the snake ladies, because you can do a lot of damage that way by grabbing enemies and throwing them into each other. That's a really common theme for the speedrun, for how to take on fights, especially for the early game. Yeah, blood orbs in the rocks. Why are they in the rocks? I don't know, but they're there. Now we hit Prometheus with the arrows and he goes into the fire. And he has the sweet release of death that he asked for.
You have freed Prometheus from the torment of the gods. His flesh has tainted the fires of Olympus and embodied it with the power of the Titans. These ashes will give you great strength, Kratos. Take them.
Now, because of Prometheus's body going into the flame, he is a Titan, even though he looked human. So it can be a little bit confusing, but he is actually a Titan. So from his ashes, Kratos now gets the Rage of the Titans, which is like a mode that can be activated where Kratos does more damage and also takes less damage from enemies. His moveset also changes a little bit. When it's activated, you do like this very wide swing and then an uppercut. This uppercut, I am animation cancelling using the bow. So I do the uppercut and then I cut the animation short so that it will be faster by opening the bow view up. Because the bow, just bringing out the bow is such a fast animation, you can use that to make fights fast. Because you don't need the whole animation of the uppercut, you just need to make sure that it connects, and then you can cut the animation short so that you can do the rest of the fight fast. Hey Ragnall, how are you? We grab these guys. They try and grab us, but you can move back a little bit so that they can't grab you. Now with the Rage of the Titans that we now have, we can go save the Pegasus. Yay! That's what we're gonna do. It'll load. That's okay. Now we'll see if there is a goat spawned here. Typically, if you do this with defeating them on the way here, there won't be any. Very good. They are not here. That's what we like to see. But then we don't have to worry about them. Hey Scarpy. Welcome in. Yeah, we've been talking a little bit about the lore of the game. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you're having a good day. Now here, yeah, the more you hit his fingers, the more rage will build up. We use the wide swing with the uppercut to get his fingers up. Because you need all of his fingers up to release the Phoenix. Now this is a little bit scary with my health, but we're okay. Now the Phoenix is so happy, yay! No more squashed. And then Kratos takes the Phoenix. So from this area, Kratos got the bow from the Titan. And also got Titan Rage from Prometheus. And now we have another flying segment with the Pegasus.
Kratos, behold. behold the island of creation. Hold
There are
the
only 2
sisters
flying
of
segments in the
fate.
game, and this is the second
Here,
one.
the path to your
This one is a
true
bit
destiny
longer than the
begins.
first one.
The island is fraught with danger.
And he is now flying to one of the major locations in the game that we're probably gonna be in for a lot of the early to mid game.
That moment when Zeus betrayed and killed you, Kratos, thus changing your fate and the fate of others.
Yeah, he needs to change his fate to see the Sisters of Fate. So this whole mission is to go back in time to the point where Zeus betrayed him, yeah. Where Zeus killed him. Here, there are all these harpies. So we activate Titan Rage, which we had built up on the fingers earlier. Because I still wanted to make sure that I had some. And we use the attack to hit the harpies. These flying enemies are pretty annoying in that the riders can jump off and it's a waste of time. We try and hit into them fast so that they go down. There is this one darker bird that tries to fly into you, but for this segment you can actually avoid them entirely and still progress the fight. The flying segment. Yeah, you can't progress until all the harpies die. Now we're against Dark Rider. It is not necessary to really verse him here. What you want to do is just go as forward as possible until you can't go forward anymore. So then we can get to the next little part, which is this, where he zips through the air and we have to try and avoid his projectile attacks. You just sit in the corner, on the left hand corner, you can sit and be alright. Now we want to, after you get a little bit of magic and you hit him, you can activate the last part, which is this QTE quick time event. Now these quick times are random, so you have to be really aware of what buttons to press. He takes down the bird as well and then jumps off. Hey, sucker. Kratos falls down, and now he's at the location that he wanted to be at, which is the Temple of Lachesis. Have to climb up. And from the chest on the side here, we're gonna be collecting an upgradable. So there are some upgrades in the game, or things that you can collect, items you can collect, and one of them is the Phoenix Feather. When you have 6 in total, your magic meter gets upgraded and refilled as well. So for this speedrun, we want to have a bit more magic. So we're gonna be upgrading and collecting feathers throughout the run. There are also Gorgon eyes that you can collect for an upgrade in health, but for the run, I'm not gonna be collecting them. Yeah, I will be doing Shadow of Rome, but that's next week. Yeah. That will be really fun to show off because it's pretty unique. This dead body you have to carry over here. This might not be good. Yeah. Unfortunate. I don't think I'm gonna get this. Yeah. Sometimes the dogs can harass you. And you can get a lot of them here with you on the platform. That's annoying. Oh my god. It was good until there was a point where it wasn't good. Anyway. So the whole reason why you get that dead body is so you can put it on this pressure plate. That pressure plate opens the first door and then you have to pull this lever to get the second door. So that you can go through. And now we're gonna have a pretty big cutscene to explain a bit of Zeus's backstory.
You must find a way across to the island of Kratos, for there lies your path to the
And
sisters
yeah,
of fate.
the whole reason why Gaia is
Zeus must be stopped,
aiding Kratos.
The story of revenge has been told.
Why she's
before.
teaming up with him to
You
take
know
down
of the
Zeus.
mighty Titan Kronos. So fearful was Kronos of the oracle's
So yeah, there.
prediction
Zeus is the
that his
baby,
own
and that
children
is
rise
Zeus's
against him,
mother.
that he decided to imprison them all in his belly.
And then here
Rhea
is
stood by and watched as her
Zeus's
children were
father,
devoured one by one.
who
But
is
when the time
Kronos.
came for the last of her
If I
children to
remember
be
correctly,
born,
Kronos is
she was unable
he has to do with
such loss, and
time.
devised a trick to save the baby Zeus.
Like he has powers to do with time, if I remember correctly. My brain just went fuzzy for a minute.
Rhea commanded the eagle to secret her son away. He was taken to an island far beyond the watchful eyes of Kronos.
So Zeus is the youngest of her children, and she didn't want him to die when it came to the last one. Yeah, because he swallowed all of his children except Zeus. Because Poseidon and Hades are also Zeus's brothers. And we always laugh at this cutscene because it's like, haha, dumb dude ate a rock. Nice rock eating, dummy.
Cared for Zeus.
Stupid.
It was I who kept him
Om
safe.
nom rock. Very delicious.
I nurtured his desire to free his brothers and sisters from Kronos. But my
Yeah,
foolish
funny
act of
that.
compassion would haunt the Titans forever. For in sparing
And yeah,
Zeus,
Gaia
we
raised
allowed him to
Zeus.
return to us
Which
with
is really
danger and
interesting
sickness.
because Zeus betrays
Betrayed
Gaia.
all of the Titans for the sins of just
Yeah.
one. The sins of his
He goes
father.
against all of the Titans. Even though it was just his father that was the one doing horrendous acts to eat, like, his family. But Zeus took it out on all of the Titans, which is not really cool. Here we have a dog fight, which is not nice. This big dog can be a really big bully if it wants to be up in my grill. You use the smaller dogs, you grab them and kick them into the larger dog. It does a lot of damage to help with keeping that dog away. It helps sometimes, other times it doesn't feel like it helps too much. I want to kick the rock because we need this rock, this pedestal. Okay, my health is really bad, but I made it very good. I'm on OG PS2. Yeah. This was what I initially learnt on, so I'm doing that for this run. Whoa, where did he come from? Anyway. These guys on the roof can be a little bit annoying, but you just grab one and then bypass the others. There is one here that typically will do damage to you if it goes, yeah, but that's alright. It's not too bad. These archers as well, you want to notice how they're behaving a little bit to see. I didn't get the jump that I wanted. I'm actually going to take this because I don't trust this next part. So you grab one of these archers that are spawning in and you can fling them at the enemies so that they don't disturb you while you get this lever here. Now this fight we get introduced to a new enemy type. These are sirens. They have some pretty mean attacks where they can stun Kratos for a bit. What we do with the first one is we want to hit them 15 times with the bow. I go from left to right because there's gonna be one that spawns to the right here and one in the middle. We use the one on the right by flinging them up in the air, grabbing them, and then pushing them into the one in the middle so that they take damage from the colliding of the enemies. It does a lot of damage. And we do that twice. Once again. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And that's it. That's the fight. Very fast. And from the screams that the sirens do, they break the wall that you need to progress.
A gift from the great titan Kronos.
Really important that I take that magic there, because up next we have probably one of the hardest fights for the very hard glitchless speedrun. It's hard not only because the enemy has a lot of health and takes a lot of hits, but also because it's very random and you can get one shot and die very easily. So it's really important to keep your wits about you for this fight. That is going to be coming up. And this fight is also a reason why some people don't run the very hard glitchless category, because this fight is just notorious for not being fair. Yeah. And we're gonna have a little bit of a cutscene coming up too with him. So this is Theseus. I always find it funny with his model that he has one tooth that is just really pointy and longer than the others in his front teeth. I always notice it every time I pay attention. Yeah, he has one pretty long pointy tooth. Yeah, and this guy, he is a real Zeus fanboy.
The time of Zeus is coming to an end.
You seek the sisters to kill Zeus. You no longer possess the powers of a god, Kratos.
Greek myth had Twitter, it seems. I do think that, like, quite a bit of time passes, like, throughout the course of the game, so that, like, information spreads.
I do not think that is your choice to make.
He gave tier 3 to Zeus.
Come forward. Let us finally see who is the greatest warrior in all of Greece.
And that line that he says where he wants to know who is the greatest warrior in all of Greece, I always find so funny because for a lot of this fight, you don't directly verse Theseus. First phase, however, you do. Now what I want here is I really want him to grab, because his grabs, when you counter them, when you do like a reversal on them, they actually do a lot of damage. Oh my god, I'm not playing very well. There we go. He did a lot of bad attacks though. There are some attacks that he does, which like you're definitely going to take damage from them. Now if only he would do something a bit better, that would be great. Now during this phase where he activates his blade to be blue, activated by ice, you try and use Spartan Rage to get a lot of damage on him. He's doing this move, which is the worst move that he can do. Oh, he tried to grab me, but he missed. That would have been really good if he actually did grab me, but he did not. I would try and push for grabs more. This phase has not been going good at all. Okay, there we go. Is this enough for you to go up? Okay, it is. Now this is... So he goes up here, and you have to hit him with a total of 55 arrows. So at the start with a full magic meter, you can hit him with 25, and then you have to hit him with 30 after this. So this fight is relatively long, and it is hard in that there are a lot of situations where you can get one shot and get punished for just standing in the wrong spot. Oh god, like I almost did. He also can shoot little arrows at you. The best thing that Theseus can do is just laugh. Now what I'm going to be doing through this is I want to throw the enemies in the air and then make them collide with each other. It does a lot of damage to do it that way. Where you fling them in the air, grab them, pull them, and yeah, hit them forward. So you try and position yourself so that you have them lined up together, like at the start of the fight. You try and throw them so that they're lined up. Now after 3 arrows here, he does a little scream. And then you just continue to try and shoot him with more magic arrows. So far I've hit him with 6 arrows in total. I'm gonna try and keep a count of how many I throw at him, while also making sure I do not die. That was not a good throw. Yeah, you gotta be really careful like with the timing of this too, because the Minotaurs have some attacks that can be faster than you are if the timing is set out. And yeah, the reason why we grab them to defeat them like this is because you get more magic arrows this way. If you just defeat them normally by killing them like with the blades without the punish, you get less magic. We went over to the side here until he finishes doing his arrows, and then we repeat this cycle of grabbing the enemies, hitting them into each other. I'm dead, yeah. Oh fuck. That was unfortunate. Okay. So when you die in this fight, you have to restart it all over from the beginning. That's why this is one of the most hardest fights, because you lose a lot of time if you die to anything. So that's one of the reasons why my estimate is a bit generous, because specifically because of this fight. Okay, he's ready. This first phase might be a bit better than last time though. I didn't even reach him with that. That's not nice. Yeah, I didn't get to use my rage very well on him. It's unfortunate. This is really bad. Okay. He goes up now. Now we have hit him with arrows. D25 with a 4 meter. I try and just avoid his attacks if I can. And we stand to the side because his projectiles do not hit when you're there. I have to be really careful of these spikes. Even if you're full health, you can die. Also, yeah, it's so easy to just take damage in this fight. I don't like where they're positioned right now because if you are too far on that side, he will do spikes that are really close to the wall and they can kill you. Take this way. Four, 5, 6. Just wait over here. Them into each other. Need one more. Very good. So we're at 6 arrows and we need, yeah, 30 and 34. Now the reason why you want to keep count of the arrows is so you know if you can be aggressive at the end or not, because sometimes he's only a couple of arrows short. The amount of magic that you get from the enemies is not always the same. I think one of them went through him. That was mean. I just saw an arrow phase through him. Sometimes that can happen. I'll wait for the next spawn. And this fight is really an endurance fight. In that, like, yeah, just. The more you're in the fight, because very hard, he just has so much health, you're gonna be in this fight for quite a little while. The more times you can die. So there is a bit of organization involved. That was mean if they used to throw those arrows at me. I've already lost count too of how many I was at. There were some that didn't hit him, so now my numbers are all scuffed. That's alright. We'll keep going through. So yeah, fling them up, grab them, and put them into the others. The best ice. Okay, that was rude. This is very bad. Sometimes the ice can also fling them. Yeah, sometimes this happens where you fling them up, but they don't go the full jump duration. They only go partial, and that typically happens if there was ice in the area. It's a really weird thing that happens, but sometimes it happens. It's not nice when it does, because you can't take advantage of the grab. That went completely over the top of that guy too, which is interesting. I think we should be getting closer to the end of the fight. Yeah, this is very hard difficulty. I'm glad I didn't actually kill them because I wanted to make sure I got their magic. Hopefully they will give me enough, but this might not even be near the end. Oh no, very good, okay. So yeah, after you do 55 arrows to him in total, you can grab him and then you can send him to his death. A lot of people comment like, oh wow, this is so brutal, you know. He's getting his head smashed in a door, but honestly, when you're speedrunning this game, for how hard that fight is,
Rage of the Titans drive
it's not that bad. It makes sense. Alright. Now from defeating him, you get the wristband that he had so that you can go through here. You can put it in here. And you now see what is like a hologram of Kronos. And this part is always so funny because I just think he looks like Bruce Willis. God of War 2 featuring Bruce Willis.
Our destiny has brought us together, warrior. Before my fall in the great war with the gods, I hid away.
Hey, Papa, what's up?
My magic. For the good of the Titans, I, Kronos, now bestow what is left upon you.
Die Hard is a pretty good movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. But yeah, from here, Kronos gives him one of his magic abilities, which is a lightning cast. A little bit different from the one at the start of the game. But this lightning cast is pretty good for hitting multiple enemies. And what we do here is when the enemies spawn in, we hit them with the lightning. You also get infinite magic here, so you can use it as much as possible. Just whenever you get like a new magic ability that's introduced in the game, they'll let you use it to play around with it. But also you'll notice that I'm getting so many hits from the magic so that we'll get a little bit of extra currency from doing so. And now we have the Steeds of Time. The Steeds of Time currently are immobile and are not moving. So what we gotta do is we gotta wake them up. Using the wristband that we got from Theseus, oh here, we're gonna go up to each of the 4 horses and wake them up. To firstly do so, we need to get rid of their... what are they called? Eye patch? They're not eye patches, but you know, like those things that horses have on their eyes. Kratos is gonna remove them so that they can see. Blinders, yeah, that's the word. Thank you. He's gonna remove their blinders. So there's green, red, yellow, and blue. We do them in that order. Because when you release the blinders, there's like a little flying guy that goes off and travels to the side. Whenever there's like a flashing white light, it typically means you can interact with it in some way. And for this part, it means that we can grab to swing across. Gotta be careful of those guys there, because they can do quite a bit of damage. These are also on a timer, but it's typically not too scary. You just have to make sure that you get there. Now we have one horse left to release. Which is this one? Almost didn't even do it. There we go. Now that's the yellow one. And we get all the way to the top. Very good. That's nice. Now once they are all released, this goes back. What's Kratos gonna do? He's gonna wake them up. So you have these joystick quick time events to do, and then they start moving. Now from this, the horses move forward, and I've never completely understood how this works, but with the chains, I think they pull the whole island forward? I think that's what they do, I think. And then they, like, Kratos can travel on that island. This is a very cinematic cutscene. The music is very good. You must return to the island, Kratos. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, these horses were a gift to the Sisters of Fate by Kronos because he wanted to change his fate. Because an oracle told him that his children would rise up against him. So he was like, oh, if I give the Sisters of Fate, who control fates and things, some horses, maybe they would change my fate for me, but nah, they didn't. This fight is actually pretty hard. So at the start of it, I used lightning to stun them, and then we grab them to hopefully do some collision damage. I'm defeating 2 of them, but there's still 1 more that I'm just going to get rid of, hopefully. Now here, I'm gonna wait a little bit. I grabbed not in the direction that I wanted to grab. I think he was a little bit... So what I'm trying to do here, which I'm failing to do, is you need to... Yeah, use the enemies to hit into each other. I'm using way too much rage. He's dead. Yeah, but I thought that would happen. Let's try and do that better. Because when I grabbed them, the angle was really bad. So the enemies weren't hitting into each other like I wanted them to. Okay, we start off with lightning. We hit them, hopefully hit them into each other. I got 2 of them into each other, but they seem to travel off, which is something that is particularly annoying. I'm gonna use the arrow. I'm gonna do a lightning. This is a much better angle. However, the bull is traveling backwards, which is not good. The whole reason why I want to do it at the doorway is because by doing so, the enemies move forward and they cluster up together. So then when you do it... Okay, I think that was good. Yeah, that one was a lot better than the last attempt for sure.
Your journey to the Sisters of Fate
Yeah, so then they cluster up together, you grab them and you can hit a lot of them at once. Which is a lot better than trying to get the enemies to where you want them to go. Like when there's a lot of space around. If you can funnel them in like that, it's better. So after that fight, we now go back on the chain and we go to the island that we now can go on. Lots of rolling to do. I'm also keeping an eye on my currency because one of the first upgrades in the run is going to be coming up in a little while. In the New Game Plus speedrun, I'm pretty sure this is where they start to do air swimming. So they use the water that is in this area so that they can get the swimming animation and swim around the world. But yeah, for glitchless, we're not going to be doing that. Instead, we have to see a bit more content that you don't see on that run. And lots of cutscenes too. We're gonna get an accessory, which is like a key accessory for the game. This is the Amulet of the Fates. This amulet lets Kratos control time. At certain points in the game, if there is a green flashing light coming from a statue, typically, Kratos can use this amulet to slow down time. We go to the right here to collect another feather from this chest. So far we've collected 2, and we're going to be collecting 4 more for an upgrade. So by using the amulet, you can get these steps to freeze and can just go up them. Also because there's a light on her forehead. We go there as well. We can slow down time there as well, I should say.
Hear me, fallen god. None defy what the fates decree. That is how it must be. Only death awaits you at the end of your journey.
My death is what began this journey.
Yeah, he speaks about how he died by Zeus.
Your soul will never find peace for what you have become.
I am what the gods have made me.
It was always interesting, like, she says, you'll never find peace for what you have become. But it's like, yeah, well, what's the alternative? Like, because Athena didn't help him with his trauma in the first game, even though he did everything that she asked. It's just kind of like, he's doomed. And he's just like so fed up. He's like, I am what the gods have made me. Which is true. They were never on Kratos' side. They just said, nah, keep your PTSD. Yeah. Alright. Here is another really tough fight. This fight is particularly tough because this fight never plays out the same way. The objective of this fight is, well, to defeat the Cyclopses. We are going to use these little pigs that spawn in the fight as a means of damage. I don't know why I didn't get my lightning there. That was not fair. That's not... Okay, this is not going good. That was very bold to do that. That was not very nice. My health is getting low already on this first Cyclops. There are going to be 2 others after this. I don't know why he's just not taking the damage I would like him to take. There we go. Okay, I'm going to get green. If the pig will let me get green. I might just have to try my best. Gonna take these pigs, fling them. Get green. I don't... No! Oh my god, okay. That was really scary. But thankfully, I ended up getting the health before he got me. That was very brave of me, but it worked out. Now, during this fight, even though I'm going to be using Rage, which is the bottom right meter, I need to really make sure I don't use too much because resource management during this run is really important. Because the fight after this, I definitely need Rage. I'm using this combo so that I can deal a bit of damage while they're away from me. If they scream, it is really good because it means that they can stay back and I can do some damage on them. This is bad because my vision is very impaired. I don't have any magic, so I can't use lightning on them. We get the grabs as soon as possible, or at least I do, because I want to make sure that I get the damage. Whenever there is a grab, they will typically scream. So it's good to just take note of that, because it gives you a little bit of a breathing room. Okay, there we go. Defeated. Very good. Okay. Typically, you don't want to take that chest in the fight for health. You want to take it for more magic. But because I got overwhelmed by the first Cyclops, I took it for health rather than magic. Okay. But yeah, the pigs in that fight that spawn, they are very crucial for the very hard speedrun to use to hit the Cyclopses to do big amounts of damage. They spawn on the left and the right hand side of the fight. However, the Cyclopses can also eat them and throw them at you. Whenever that happens, it is really discouraging because you miss out on a lot of damage that you could be doing to them in the fight. But yeah, just try your best. The statues get put there so that the lasers don't go to the force field, so it goes away and we can progress onwards to where Kratos wants to adventure. This next fight is one that is pretty popular in terms of its design, and there quite a few cinematic pictures of this boss fight that were created for the game.
Of fate.
So this
Gain control
next
of
fight
your
is up
strength,
against
and you will be able to return to the moment when Zeus.
a boss called the Barbarian King. This guy features in the first game. So when Kratos was the general of an army, during one of the battles against the barbarians, he got overwhelmed by them and was almost defeated, or was about to be defeated by them. But from calling out to Ares, the god of war, he received power and didn't die. He was gonna get killed by this guy here, but from Ares helping him, the tables turned, so to say. And you get to see a little bit of the cutscene of that up here.
Shine their light upon me, delivering the very object of my vengeance, Kratos. The servant of Ares. Do you remember that day, Spartan? I will never forget that day.
Yeah, and he can't forget that day because it was such a crucial point that changed Kratos' life forever.
This time, Ghost of Sparta, I will have
So yeah, he's come back from Hades for revenge. Hey, Day! Okay, so the style of fight, what we want to do is roll to the side. We prepare an attack. We activate rage on the end of the attack. I'm a little bit in a bad spot. I'm animation cancelling the uppercuts. Then we use lightning. Oh dear, this is not good. There we go. I don't know why I was not allowed to grab him there. Can I please grab him, please? God, that was weird. Anyway. Now this fight is kind of complex in that it does typically play out the same way. However, you have to be on the ball with your resources. So the reason why I'm hitting him here is actually not for damage because he's not taking damage here. The whole reason why you hit him a lot of the time is to build up your rage meter. Also, the reason why you grab these enemies to kill them is to build up rage as well. It's also just a very fast kill. You also need to be watching what the Barbarian King is doing because he does a lot of damage. Both when he's spawning in and out and summoning more of these enemies. My health is quite a bit low, so this might be a bit hard. Yeah. And apparently I'm too close as well every time. I'm really bad at judging distance.
No! Not you again!
That's one of the civilians from the first game. Now here what we're doing is we're doing attacks. So that we get the timing right. I'm doing uppercuts with rage. We use the lightning to iframe his hammer attacks. Trying to get as much damage on him as possible. That's okay, because that was not going well in terms of resources, so it's actually okay that that happened. Activate on the end of that. 1, 2, 3. And I might actually do just 3. I probably should have only done 2, so I could have kept rage for the final part, but my rage is pretty low. So this is not going... So exactly how I would like it to go. I'll try and build up rage during this part so then we can have some, but my health is also really low. So yeah, during this phase, he summons spirits. What you can do is actually just dash back and then forward again. And then you can avoid the spirits that come out. It is a little bit annoying when he keeps summoning. That hammer move is actually really deadly, you have to be careful of that. These QT prompts are not always the same, so you have to make sure you hit the right ones. And then that's the end of the fight. Now we have the Barbarian's Hammer. This hammer for the speedrun is what we're going to be using for the large majority of the rest of the run. With this hammer and animation cancelling with the arrow or the bow, you can do really fast attacks. So typically the hammer is a slow, powerful weapon, but with animation cancelling you can make it powerful and also fast. So you can defeat enemies quite fast with it.
You! Warrior! Help me! Help me!
We get a glimpse of a warrior getting taken away. And we take this key from the corpse that we need. For the gate that's on the left here that we need to open up. Now typically at this point I want 4,500 blood orbs in currency. I currently have 4,215, so I am a bit short. Because you need that much to upgrade the hammer to the next level, so that it will do more damage. For these two enemies here, what you can do is straight at the start, you can actually grab the rider to get off the Cyclops. And what we're doing is we flank him in the air and then we use his body to collide with the Cyclops to do a bit of damage. See how much I get from that? I'm still not enough to level up my weapon. I typically want it leveled up before fighting these guys because they can be rather annoying when the hammer is not upgraded. Because they don't go down as fast. You take this away. Just get that out of the way. Actually, I think I need to push it a little bit because we're going to be returning here. So I'm going to just give a little bit of a push so then it's more on that side. There are these bugs here, kind of like fire bugs. I grab them and then try to use them to destroy this pillar, which is not working out for me. Yeah. The enemies that go underneath, they often harass you, so that was not good. Okay, there we go. Because it has a pretty wide explosion, you can typically get the rocks to break. We also have another enemies that are pretty explosive. These girls, they have blades, but they also have like a summoning arm where they summon fireballs. And also when they die, they try to blow you up before they die entirely. There is a pressure plate in the middle of this room that we need to put a body on, but in order to get that body to the right spot, we need to put it through the water, because we can't take it through here. Yeah, we need to put it on this one on the side. And then we put Kratos in the middle. Because there's 2 doors that need to open. Oh, 2 pressure plates to open the door. You see a little bit more of some of the warriors fighting the enemies here. And we have these really large contraptions that need to move in the water so that we can make it to the other side. These really pesky enemies come out of the water to try and get you. What we do is we stun them with the lightning so that we can jump to the next part. This one you have to move quite a bit more than the first one just because of where it's positioned. I don't know if I'm that yet. Oh, no, I did make it. Okay, good. Okay, that's good. Okay, now I just had enough now to upgrade, which is pretty late. But we'll try our best. We have a big rock monster coming up. We use the animation cancelling of the bow with that hammer attack so that we can do lots of fast attacks on him. I also use a little bit of rage on the final attacks to do some extra damage. Hopefully to defeat him before he does a spin attack. When he spins, he does a lot of multiple hits. Don't know why I was facing that way. Hey Jake. I'm doing alright, how are you? Hope you're doing good. I'm just trying to chill out and talk a little bit about the game. Yeah, when it comes to like the different environments of the game, right now we're in like a swamp area. Earlier we were like in an ice cave. So yeah, one thing I particularly like about games is when they have different environments around. Different kind of designs of how things are. Oh, that was gonna... Now that we've pushed this plate to be that way, Kratos can fully lift it to create a platform in the swamp to go across. Need to finish the trilogy. Yeah, the first 3 games are pretty good. The first game is a little bit dated now, but I really like the second game, obviously. The third game is also good too. Even though some story bits in the third game I don't quite agree with, but it is really fun in terms of combat.
god of war. Jason. That beast took him. All our men are dead. Jason has the fleece. You must save him. The fleece is the key to Medusa's temple.
Yeah. Some of the puzzles too can be a little bit confusing in the first game. Oh, what am I doing? I was gonna try and use rage to just go past, but I think I'll just defeat her today. So this body you put here,
I need your help.
this is one of the parts in the game that people don't particularly like because it shows that Kratos is pretty heartless in that he used the live man's body to go through there. But it just shows like how much Kratos doesn't have respect for life anymore. At least when it comes to like adult men, when it comes to family members, he has like a bit more compassion. Like when it comes to women and children. When it comes to like men and masculine warriors like in the games, he really just doesn't. Well, not entirely. There is one warrior that he does show compassion to. Or at least he shows grief towards. Which is in this game. But we're not there yet. I'll show it off once we get there. This is Cerberus. Sorry, I just yapped during this whole fight. You hit him with the hammer. He can be really slow when he does fire breath. Because during that move, you can't attack him. You have to block, otherwise you get staggered to death.
This golden fleece has the power to deflect approaching weapons.
Now we have what is called the fleece, or golden fleece. It is like this thing on his arm that he now wears that he can use to counter Medusa's gaze or any of the Gorgon gazes. So instead of being petrified, he can counter them with this. And this is a key item for progressing forward in the game. I can't quite remember if he has this item in God of War 3, like on his arm, but he never uses it. I can't quite remember. Anyway, so yeah, he uses it like this, so then he can just counter it and go forward. Oh yeah, Poseidon's... That wasn't Poseidon's daughter. That was Poseidon's slave, I'm pretty sure. That wasn't his daughter. Because of the way that she was like chained up. I don't think that was his daughter. I think there was something else going on there. Lots of animation cancelling with the hammer, and using the lightning to stagger the multiple enemies is really good, so I make use of that there. This cheeky guy steals the piece of wood and runs off. No, yeah, he's gonna regret it. Yeah, he's such a goofball, that guy. We go up here. Now there are these blades on the roof. Kratos needs to climb across the roof to get to the other side. And during this segment, you can hear a voice. Hey company, I am playing on PlayStation 2. I think it should say on the schedule thing. Yeah, the blades instantly kill you if they touch you, yeah. Like that. I was a little bit too close. This is really hard if you have bad depth perception like I do. No, you're alright. It's not a bother. I just did that again. Cool. I need to just calm down and just wait. Otherwise I just fuck up. What? Okay. I was too far to the side. That still hit me. That's annoying. Let's not do that. At least the ghost stopped yapping. True. We're gonna see her in a bit. Also, hi, it's a gray. Hope you're having a good day. You can hear it. And yay! Don't have to do that again, hopefully. Can I pull this? And this is like a little bit of a trap. If you take too long, it squishes you. So I don't want to get squished. And now we meet RRLOL, or I think some people call her Ariel, but I call her RRLOL because that's just how her name is spelled for me. She is the sister of Medusa, who Kratos defeated in the first game, and she's hot for revenge. She doesn't like Kratos because he did that. Yeah, this is Medusa's sister. She goes up this pillar and then we want to hit her tail with the hammer. I didn't do lightning at the right time. Once you do enough hits, you pull her down. And then we move to the other pillar. Animation cancel with the hammer, it's 2 hits and then you bring the bow out to animation cancel. And now for this phase, we activate Rage, mainly for protecting ourselves against her attacks. But you also do a little bit more damage that way. Because she does a load of damage when she's stomping all over you during the last part. Kratos rips off her head. And now we have another ability. We can use her head to freeze enemies. He didn't aim exactly how I wanted him to. Yep, we do that, and then we can make it progress forward. Yeah, that fight was not too bad. Yeah, it is very powerful because, like, when you don't do the cancel, the hammer is pretty slow. You can also cancel not just with the bow, but you can do it with the head, and you can also do it with just like a basic block, but the animation isn't as fast as it is with the bow. The bow has the fastest animation to do cancels with. Now this is a very I was about to say elaborate, but it's not really that elaborate. It's a bit of a sequence where you gotta get these pillars erect. So you gotta pull all these levers to get them out. Yeah, the game crashes on the American version. If you try and do the cancelling while rage is activated, yeah, it crashes. Now quickly dash in the water before the gate goes back down. And then we got another one. We zoom all the way to the other side. Very important to remember to pull this lever down because this is for the upper door. If you forget this door, you have to do it all over again. So you want to make sure you don't forget that. Hey Dread. How you doing? Do that. Now we activate a fight here. In order to get to this lever, there is a fight that is protecting it, so we have to defeat them. We have one larger enemy, and then we start getting these girls spawning in. Yeah, these girls, when they die, they try and blow you up with them, which is very mean. They'll try and avoid their attack. This is not a very nice circumstance to be in. This is not good. Yeah, that was just very clustered. I couldn't even see what was going on. Have a large enemy. Yeah, that's so good too. You can either start from left or right. Oh, they're blocking. When they block, that is just rude. That's not nice. The best is when you can kill them in the air, because their dying animation gets cancelled out. What am I doing? I'm just not focusing on anything that's happening. My brain is just not here. When I see them through, it's good to use lightning. She needs to go away. That's very nice. Now we have him. And then there's another large enemy that spawns after him. He stayed really back in that he didn't travel forward. So I had to travel to him, which was a little bit weird. So now we can get this pillar up to make progress. Okay, I always forget if it's a control point or not. No, I don't want to hit this platform here, because little animation plays that I don't want to experience. Let's do these 5 swings to make it over here. Over here there is another feather, which is the final of 6 feathers to get an upgrade in magic. Go into the menu just to cancel the animation. From that chest you get some blood orbs that are helpful. My health is not too bad, but I'll get it anyway. Now this elevator, there will be a lot of dogs that come down. Because, yeah, collision damage is so powerful, you want to grab the dogs and then kick them into the others. Then when there's just a few left, you can hit them. So this elevator, you typically push it like 3 or 4 times to open this up. However, because it's on the time, like it's slowly opening up as time advances. So what you can do when you're here with Kratos pushing it, you can let him stay a little bit longer, so then the gate will open a bit more than what it normally would if you just pushed it. So we're gonna try and do that twice. So then it will be... oh, it might be a little bit... yeah, it's just a little bit too short for me. Okay. Should have... for the second one, I should have held it a little bit more. But yeah, you can get through that way. Okay, cool. Now we go across. You can jump a little bit further before you grab. Now we have another rock monster here. I'm gonna stay on the side so that his attacks hopefully will not connect with mine. But they're still connecting, which is not what I want. These bats are annoying too. It's not good. Let me just keep going. This staircase can be a bit hard to travel up. Now we take a detour this way because there is actually a chest down here that has a lot of currency in it. And there are some upgrades that we want, so we're gonna take this currency from this chest and then go back. There are also some dead bodies that hang here. While it's collecting from the chest, you can just get them as well. We want to upgrade the head of RRLOL. So that now when petrifying enemies, it will be a bit more effective. I'm gonna take this chest for health. And then progress onwards. Actually, we're gonna do this real quick. So when you touch a save spot and then go out of it, it checkpoints you. Reason you want a checkpoint is because sometimes this can be a little bit glitchy in that it doesn't always work. So it's good just to take that. Now we can go forward. Okay. Go down here. While these enemies are spawning in, you take a bit more time. Like, because there are chests there that you can collect, those enemies get fully spawned in. I am not on the ladder. Now I am on the ladder. Now we're at the Temple of Anthropos, if I remember correctly. So this is like a different Yeah, the whole of Anthropos. So there's Larkissus and Anthropos are two of the Sisters of Fate. And then there's also Clotho as well.
Someone down there? I can hear you.
That was good. We can go through here now. We get introduced to Summoners. So these enemies are actually really dangerous because they summon enemies and they can also drain your magic and teleport as well. So that's not very nice. We don't want them to get a summon out. We want to freeze them with the petrification and then do the fight first. Yeah, that was really good. That was a good fight. Except the barrier. Okay, the barrier didn't want to go down. Here we go. Okay. Let's do that. Now, this is a little bit of a puzzle, so you need to use these platforms to get up the top. This is gonna fall down once I crank it all the way to the top. So once I do that, I gotta push this, and then you can climb up. Like that. I am actually gonna get this chest just to try and make my currency better a little bit. I'm also gonna get that for rage. There are two satyrs here. We freeze them, and yeah, petrification with the snake head is really powerful for the speedrun, because when you freeze them, or when you petrify them, they typically get one shot. Okay, that was really good. So you just have to hit them with the hammer after they're petrified and then they're defeated. So it makes killing enemies really fast. Especially when it's upgraded more. It gets even more powerful and effective to use.
Up here, quickly.
These guys can annoy a little bit when trying to open this chest, so I just want to make sure that they go away. If we could aim at them too, that would be very good. Just want to make sure my health and magic is good for this next part. There is a magic chest coming up that I can get. Here there is an Easter egg that we use for the speedrun. So there are 3 stars that are on the floor. There is one white star there that's on the floor, and there's a second one here. So we try and get Kratos to put his foot on the star while pressing the R1 button. And then there's gonna be a final star up ahead, and there's an Easter egg that plays. Happy Easter! Yeah. So we put our foot here, and there is this little secret that plays, and the reason why we do it for the speedrun is you can see that Kratos is getting a lot of blood orbs from it. So we get a lot of currency for upgrading things. And there's a quote from Oppenheimer said that gets written in the sky. Now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds. That gets written in the sky. Just get rid of that. We're just traveling along these branches so that we can hit the right buttons to get the right branch to go to the other side here. And while going through this area, there is a voice that calls out that says, "Please help! I'm trapped!" And we're gonna meet him in just a minute.
No! That door was my only
So this is Perseus. Now, canonically, outside of God of War in like Greek mythology, Perseus is the one that defeats Medusa. But in the God of War universe, Kratos is the one that defeats Medusa. So it's a little bit jumbled like that. But Perseus is on a mission to see the Sisters of Fate as well.
Kill this fallen god to receive an audience with you? Will that allow me to bring my love back from the grasp of Hades
Perseus
himself?
also has one of the most annoying boss fights in the game, besides Theseus. This is also especially annoying if you have bad vision like I do.
The slave of gods.
This fight is
Although I hardly think
annoying.
a Harpy's fool such as yourself deserves such praise.
This guy is just... I don't like this guy. Kratos destroying everything, including canon.
Right here.
Hey, Blake. So yeah, so he has several phases. The first phase, he is invisible. You gotta defeat him while he's invisible, which is a real pain in the butt.
No, not there. Over here.
Because I can't see.
Over here.
He's over there. Having rage for this part is really helpful.
Over here.
So that, like, because he has a few moves where he, like, will rampage you while he's invisible, and those parts are just very annoying. All we want to do here is animation cancel to hopefully hit him. When he walks away like this, it typically means that he's going to do this flashbang move. You can iframe it using the magic. I hit him with the bow so that he will hit the wall. Because when he hits the wall, he becomes vulnerable to being hit. So we want him vulnerable. Oh, okay, this is good. He's going into his last part. He still had a little bit of health left though. This fight actually turned out pretty good. Very good. And then Kratos very brutally murders him by swinging him onto the chain. I don't think that was intended though, he just wanted to throw him out the window and the chain just happened to be there. Oops. But it's so funny. Like, that fight to me is just hilarious because all Kratos did was walk into the room and Perseus just had a monologue and then was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna fight you now." And it's like, what? Kratos didn't even initiate or go like, "Yeah, I wanna fight you." Perseus just wanted to fight him to get glory, and it's just really silly. And it's kind of funny that he was trapped in there because he could have just gone out the window. But I guess he was a little bit stupid. He just didn't do that. Oh well. Now let's see if I can do this. We're going up here. The bugs are there, which is not good. But you use the fleece that you get and you make it reflect the eye beam back. Yeah, he snaps it like a toothpick. Alright. Oh, let's go around here, please. We open this gate, and there is a familiar face here that we saw quite early in the game. The Dark Rider's bird. And this is where you get this weapon. However, we don't want this weapon for the speedrun, so we're going to change it back to the hammer. And we get the hammer. What we want to do is we want to grab the enemy there, lightning to the side. We want to kill these two here. Well, I didn't kill them too deep, but that's okay. Want to make sure that... Oh, where is everybody? Now, there should just be this guy left. No? No? Okay. Because one of my attacks didn't quite hit. One of the enemies didn't die. That's alright. So this statue, we need to change its direction so that it's facing this way. And then we need to push it back. Because otherwise, in the other direction, you can't activate it. Activate here. And I'm gonna collect these. Particularly the magic is very important for the next part. Oh, that was way too far. Okay, I'll do a full swing this time instead of try and cut corners like that. I shouldn't have tried to do that, but I did. So you can actually let go, but you have to let go really early to do that. This whole epic sequence of him gliding on the breaking pillars. Okay. 2 sirens spawn in. With the RRLOL head, you get them in the beam and then beat them together. There will be another siren as well as this bull. Oh wait, this guy you don't use the beam on. You just use normal attacks on because you can defeat him that way. So that you have magic to spare for this next part. We want to freeze. Safety. Gonna wait for the chest to go green so that I can get the blue straight away. The blue magic from the chest, and then we freeze the next one. There are going to be 2 larger enemies that spawn in. They typically take a little bit to spawn in. Just making sure that we get him. And he's down. And now we meet Another character. This is Icarus. He looks very different from the Nintendo Icarus.
Never make it across.
He's looking a bit different now. But yeah, the Greek mythology or like story of Icarus is that he has these wings made out of wax.
Know who I am? Have you not heard of Icarus?
And like he
My fate
in
to
the
make it across.
in the story, like he flies towards the sun and then he gets his wings like burnt off or something like that. I can't fully remember, but it's some goofy story.
I will reach the sisters.
But in God of War, he's just like, he's very silly.
The sisters
He tries and picks a fight with Kratos.
God to bathe in their light.
Like, nothing bad would have happened here if he just didn't even like, acknowledge him. Like, he just flew away. Everything would have been fine. But no. Everyone wants to fight in this universe. There are some quick time events here. Have to do with the joystick. If you don't get them, Kratos takes quite a bit of damage, so you just want to do them. It's not fast to miss them.
Wait! Perhaps the sisters have sent you to help me. I realize now.
Yep, Icarus loses his wings and he ends up falling to his death. His very long death. We also see Atlas. Atlas is probably one of my favorite characters in the game. He's just kind of cool in my opinion.
The Sisters' Temple is far above, Kratos. You must get back to the surface.
Yeah, where we are traveling right now is all a part of Atlas's body. Yep, that is very true. It's not very wise to do that. Now this bone here, we need to move out of the way. We actually need to move it. Whoa, these guys need to stop being so aggressive. I did not make it. That's okay. You know what? We'll just do it how I normally know how to do it. We'll just go this way. So inside Atlas there is a rock monster. Using hammer casting with range. And I just did not move out in time, so I just That's why you don't want to be there when he spins. Because you will die. That's not very wise to do that. Also, my currency doesn't look very good. So we'll see how I do with this. Oh my god. He is done. Now for the next little part, you have to go onto this wall because the platform goes under the lava. This is one of the best moves that he can do, when he just stomps forward. We don't want him to spin, we just want him to do this because if he spins we cannot do damage to him. So he stomps and then we just attack his sides to take him down. And the whole point of that was to get this rock so we can get up here. In the glitched run, you can just avoid that quite entirely and just grab that platform. But for glitchless, we make sure that we have to defeat him. I just have enough to level up. So now we have the head fully upgraded. This will help the speedrun be fast. Use the bow to hit what look like to be ribs. They look like ribs to me. We'll hit the spikes so then we can release the platform to go this way. Go forward. There are more of these explosive bugs. Hopefully they won't be too annoying though. Once you break the wall you can just jump up. Wanna restock on magic and health. The bugs do get a bit close when you get both chests. Only need to hit that rock twice for it to break and then you can go along. The roof here is climbable, so we're going to be climbing onto the roof. Very good. Enemies will spawn up here. These enemies can be really mean. Hopefully they won't bother too much. They did take a bit of my health, so I was a bit close to them. Oh dear, I didn't want to go up, I wanted to go down. We went all around there so that we could break these spikes. So that we can get this mist. Because after defeating Icarus, we now have the wings. So whenever there is like a jet of steam, Kratos can use it to fly across or upwards, like this. So we can make the distance here. Before we can pull this lever, there are some enemies that spawn in. Need to get rid of. And yeah, you can use the animation cancelling with the head as well. So it just helps with this part a little bit. So you just have to worry about. Okay, these flies are very mean today. That's okay. Didn't die. And we just keep going around so we get higher up for these platforms. You fly across. It is possible if you're on the wrong angle to not have the height for it. I will get this health here and also this red chest here. Because you don't get a restock of health after the next cutscene. There's like a little fight you have to do, and they don't give you health for it. See if I can do the little thing here. Yep, very good. You can grab these and swing across. And then make it over here. This ledge here is a little bit... There's a ledge there that's too high for Kratos. The one that's after this one right here. So we need to stack these stones up so that we can reach it. Put them like this and then you put the top one on the bottom one. It's a little bit scary sometimes because you feel like they're gonna push off each other, which has happened before and can happen. But once you have this rock here, you go on top of it and then you can fly to the side. Alright! No! Here we have the rocks falling down. On the other difficulties, they don't kill you, but on very hard they do. They just straight up kill you. Over here, and we go down. So I do 4 up and then 2 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you go to the side. Go back again. 1, 2, and you go back again. 1, 2. Oh, I was a little bit too late. I underestimated that rock being there. I should have just gone back the other way. That's okay. I thought, yeah, when I was thinking that, usually I just go back for a second one. The 4 initial ones were also a bit delayed, so that timing was not very good. Just have to do this again. Go down. It is a bit sad, like, for this run in particular, the checkpoints for... like, if you die somewhere are pretty far back. I didn't think that would hit me, but it did. So you can lose a lot of time from just dying to things. Thankfully there are checkpoints in this game though, because a lot of PlayStation 2 games don't even have that. Like, if you die, you have to reload your last save. I'm thankful at least that for this game it's not like that, because that would be pretty bad. Oh well, that's alright. I was cutting that a little bit too. We'll go back again to be safe this time. Now there is going to be a really big cutscene coming up, so I'm actually going to take that moment to just stretch my legs, because that's typically what I do whenever I'm running this game. So you can enjoy the glory of the cutscene while I wallow in the fact that I'm not playing very well. But that's okay.
Kratos. You dare show your face to me after what you have done? I will make you suffer, Kratos.
Atlas! You must trust me! Much has passed since we last met!
Why would I ever trust a servant of Zeus?
Okay, I'll be right back.
Because I seek to destroy Zeus!
Kratos, still the arrogant and foolish warrior. You have not changed. And how do you plan to defeat the King of the Gods?
By taking the blade of Olympus back and driving it into Zeus's heart! It holds the power I once wielded as the god of war!
The Blade of Olympus? I have not heard that name in many years. Since the end of the Great War. Bloodlust and power raged within Zeus. His desire to rule over mortals was intolerable to us. The war between the Titans and the Olympians forged the landscape of the mortal world. It was a war that we knew the Titans must win. If we lost, it would mean an end to the golden age of the Titan rule. Peace and prosperity for mankind would be no more. The battle continued despite my capture. Then Zeus created a powerful weapon to end the Great War. A weapon forged from the heavens and the earth. The Blade of Olympus.
I banish you to the darkest pits of Tartarus!
Okay. I'm back. So yeah, this whole cutscene is well, the war that happened. Oh man.
I awoke in the torment of the underworld, banished to the darkest pits of Hades. I would have destroyed Zeus if you had not put me here, slave of the gods.
I no longer do the bidding of the gods, Atlas! I have stomached their betrayal for the last time! Show me the way to the sisters, and I will kill Zeus once and for all!
So here we use this, because now that we have the head upgraded, we can use the full blast. It has like a pretty big radius where you can petrify lots of enemies in the
You
area.
are a powerful warrior,
That's like one of the strongest moves. Well, yeah,
Tell me how
it's
to find the temple of the
really
Sisters of Fate.
strong
None.
to
Not even
petrify
the
lots of
Titan
enemies and then
the
break
Sisters'
them
temple.
apart.
But it is said he who finds
Atlas gives us the ability of Atlas Quake,
I have given you the last of my
but
magics.
for very hard glitch lists you don't really use it. You only use it here.
That is all I can offer.
For New Game Plus runs they use it quite a bit though.
May fate grant you passage, Kratos. For many rely on your success.
Yep, and Atlas helps us to get back up here. Now with it upgraded also, the beam, like the basic beam that you do to petrify enemies also is stronger. So these enemies here, they have a horn that they can use to summon Cyclopses. But if you petrify them before they get to do that, I didn't have enough for the arrow. You can kill them before they do. So now we're heading into the end game of the run. This is like one of the later areas in the game before the lead up to the finale. Now there is this big spike room. All these black dots on the floor are for spikes that come up periodically to different areas of the room. Also the bugs in the room as well. I get magic so that I can freeze them, but I also use the spirits that the hammer can summon to get rid of them so that they don't annoy me. Because they have a move where they can stick you to the floor with like a web. They also can shoot, yeah, these little green orbs that are very annoying. To get that crank, that's the key item that we need for something later. In these rooms there are chests with currency. I want to make sure that I get them. Because there are still some upgrades that we want to be doing. I just have to wait here for... Behind that gate there is like a big square rock that I need to pull. It's gonna be annoying. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Yeah, okay, cool. Sometimes if they harass you too much, you don't get to pull it. I got a feeling this might actually happen again. Yeah, I'm not gonna get time to do this. Sometimes this happens. Oh. Right. Okay. bad. I don't... Do I have to wait for the full cycle? I don't quite know. I hope I don't. Wow, that's pretty bad. This run has been going like really, really poor. Oh well. I literally just have to wait for the gap to appear again. Pain. Like, I gave myself a pretty generous estimate, but now I don't even know if I'll be underestimated. Okay, those spikes were scary. Yeah, that was scary. Did I die? Of course I did. Cool. Did that better? If that didn't checkpoint me, that's gonna be really frustrating. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's just do that all over again. Oh well, maybe I can try to do it properly this time. Maybe, maybe not. I'm using too much magic in the beginning, which is screwing everything up to begin with. Well, I will not get them until later. Because I don't have enough time. We do not have the time. At least this time it opened for me. That's nice. So yeah, this is the Palace of the Fates, and our whole objective here is to release the Phoenix to get to that side of the area, but there's a lot that we have to go through to do that. Put the handle here and then you slow down time so then you can get across here. We collect another feather and then we keep going. Oh, I did not do that. I'm not getting enough height. I need to stay longer in this team so then I get enough height. So then I get... Just use the dogs to kick into the enemies. So this stone we need to put on a pressure plate over here. There's a translator here that's kind of praying to a statue of Athena. But we need him to translate some text so that we can progress onwards through these trials.
I do not want to die.
But in order to do so, we need to protect him from enemies that are coming up. This segment is pretty annoying just for the fact that the translator's voice is annoying to have to listen to every time. He's also just... he takes a lot of damage, and when Kratos carries him, Kratos walks really slow. So that's also pretty annoying too. I have to try not get hit by them when walking here. We've put him there just for a moment so that we can restock on magic before this fight happens, which is also pretty hard. But petrification makes it a bit better to deal with. If Kratos will aim at the right guys. So yeah, now there's gonna be dogs that spawn and other enemies that spawn in. Just use the hammer to defeat them when they come in. Sometimes the dogs will die as soon as they spawn in, if you freeze them, because they spawn a little bit in the air. And if something is petrified and falls, it breaks and dies. That can happen to Kratos too, if he gets petrified by any of the snakes and then falls to the floor. He can just die.
Another searches for what only the sisters may give.
So now in the story, Kratos is forcing this translator to read the words to...
He is worthy. No! Please, no! I cannot do it!
meet the Sisters of Fate.
Read! Accept this sacrifice of my blood.
And a blood sacrifice is also needed so they kill the translator. It's kind of their purpose to translate and die. I'm pretty sure they know that, but they do it. They're very reluctant to do it, I guess. Maybe because warriors typically don't make it this far.
Well done, warrior. With this sacrifice, you have proven your resolve to seek out the Sisters of Fate. However, this is but a small step in your quest to gain an audience with us.
After that, we get this item from the door, which is the key of the ram. This key of the ram will let us go into another door. Which is there's gonna be another auditorium similar to that one on the other side. It won't have a mob fight with it, but there'll be fights leading up to it. Yeah, to get into this door, because it has the same front to it. It's very important that we get magic here for this fight in particular. So I roll 5 times and then I take out the hammer and I use these spirits during this kind of cutscene. It's not really a cutscene, but during this little lead up part to make sure that this spirit's out to stagger them a little bit. You know what? I'm just gonna redo that again because I wasn't in the correct magic. It's very important to have it right at the start because if you don't, it messes everything up. So the spirits are released, hopefully to stagger them a little bit before I start to do this. So I'm going to freeze them all together and do that twice. And then we're going to be grabbing the enemies that are kind of hunched over and that are a bit thinner. You grab them and then fling them into the others. Because when you launch these guys in particular, Kratos will do it in like a wide circle, which is important to take note of. Want to use that along with counters and more throws. Don't want to throw these guys because these throws aren't as effective, and I just died because I'm not paying attention. Hey PM, thanks for doing a donation. Hope you're having a good day. I'm playing really bad, so my mood has gone down a bit because of it. Kinda hanging there. Freeze a second time. Can do corners. These guys are gonna... I don't know why. No, be fair, I am underprepared anyway, so it's just my own fault. It's very silly mistakes too that I'm way too close to the wall with the spikes. That's okay. If I can always mercy kill my run if it gets too bad.
We will never allow you to reach our sacred temple, Kratos.
I don't know why the enemies stayed back that time. This is not what I want to be doing. I would like to freeze some enemies here, but I don't think I'm going to opportunity to. Being so close to the barrier is not good. There's still so many enemies to spawn in. I'm gonna take this because I don't want to be... I got a feeling I'm gonna end up under... Like, I'm not gonna have enough currency for endgame, which is gonna be really bad.
There are things far more important than your revenge. Zeus did what he must to protect Olympus.
I'll just keep playing.
Gaia speaks nothing but half-truths and falsehoods. The Titans are not to be trusted.
Hey Lola, how are you?
In you, Zeus feared the destruction of all he stands for.
There are sirens that spawn here, and there's a meter on the wall where it's a requirement to defeat a certain amount of them to fill that up with blood. Or what looks like blood, anyway. Use the fire to put them into. Then once it's filled up, it goes down and you can go forward. Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna happen if I went too low. A lot of currency from these chests, so we picked them up. Because we need to upgrade the lightning. Particularly for this next little part. Where everything is covered in ice. It's a very big contrast from the rest of the level. break that because there's sunlight that comes into the room. Or like a little bit of light that is used to reflect. Using this mirror up here. So then the ice will melt. And there's a chest in the ice as well that we will be getting to that has a phoenix feather in it, which is the final phoenix feather that you get, that I will be getting. There are also like enemies frozen and other things, but we don't need to defrost them. We only need to defrost that. And the door. Now there are a lot of bugs and nests here. You can break them all, or you can choose to use rage to try and tank their hits while pulling the lever, but because of how this run is going, I'm just gonna break the nests and not even try to do that. I'm probably gonna not do a good job. Yeah, breaking the nests isn't because the more bugs that you kill, the more they spawn from these nests. So this just prevents more of them from spawning. So then when you defeat them, their numbers will deplete and not go back to normal. You also get a little bit of rage for killing them, so that's nice. And you go in here and you can do upwards. Pretty hard fight coming up, so I'll make sure that my health is good for this. He is too far back for that. You want to make sure that you roll in and you actually are pretty close. Go to the side, you freeze the first big dog. You want to make sure that you don't kill any other dogs until they spit out more. This is so that the spawning is correct. Because if you kill too many, another larger dog will spawn in. You don't want that happening. So you gotta be mindful of that. If you kill too many of the smaller dogs along with the first and the other large dogs, there will be another dog that spawns in that is large too. But you can prevent that from happening by making sure that there are the smaller dogs in the arena at the time. So you don't kill them too early.
Ghost of Sparta? It was foretold that you would come. I will not let you reach the sisters.
So this is the second translator. He attempts to commit suicide so that he won't be able to read the translation for you.
I will not let you reach the sisters.
We're gonna deal with him in a minute, but there is a little bit of a secret here in that you can get this chest that is invisible unless you have the slowdown, so that you can get a health upgrade. That's the only health upgrade that I get in the game.
I will not let you reach the sisters.
You can get other upgrades using the Gorgon Eyes, but I don't collect them for this run.
Read the words.
So now we have the
noble
second
sisters
translator.
who forge our destiny.
Kratos is forcing him to
Another
read
seeks
the
an
words.
audience to change their fate. As proof that he is worthy. No, Kratos! This will be the end of us all! You must stop!
This is your purpose. Die with honor.
I give my blood to illuminate the way.
And now we have another cutscene similar to before.
Kratos, like the fiery phoenix who is resurrected from his ashes, you too search for a second chance at life. Find these ashes and free the phoenix. Only then will you find the path to the Temple of the Face.
Warrior Skull? From this door you can put it into another door that's in like the starting area to get closer to releasing the Phoenix. I'm gonna use Icarus's feathers to get up here. Pulling this crank makes more steam come out. You also don't need to pull it the whole way for Kratos to fly, only just enough so that you see the steam is thicker. There is a chest here which is pretty good to get. Has quite a bit of currency in it. Get the pillar out of the way. Also, one thing about very hard difficulty compared to the other difficulties is that you get a lot less currency and a lot less resources for this difficulty in particular. From enemies, from everything, it's just a lot less. Have these Cyclopses coming down. Try and zap two of them together just to save a little bit of magic. You just freeze them and then you can keep going onward. There is also a tactic you can use for that fight for a no upgrade run. Is you can actually get them to fall off the arena. Like they can fall to their death. Which is funny to see, but it is possible to do that. We're making this elevator go down, and there are all these skeletons. That will rise up periodically as we progress more down here. And you have to keep going down, otherwise the spikes on the roof will kill you. The skeleton can also they can grab the wheels on the right or left to prevent you from going up. But we try and freeze them or petrify them before they can even get a chance to do that. Freeze the first guy, then we grab the rope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We go down. And I'm just gonna take this safe for now. Yep, because I can't jump correctly. You grab him and then you fling him into the others, hoping that they will die. And they did die, so that's very good. If you don't kill the archers there, they will shoot you while you're on these walls and they will make you fall because they have incredible aim, so you have to defeat them there. I wait for these 3 dudes to get on the wall. I want the rage from this chest. Get the meter and then use this lightning to break this wall here. Because there's a little secret in this wall of this chest. This chest will give you a magic upgrade, and that's the final upgrade of magic that I will be getting for the run. I'll have to check here if there is a pillar of lava. It is good, however, the cycle for the spinning spikes was not good, so I have to do this again. Might just wait for this one. If there's no pillar, it's bad. If there is a pillar, it's good, but you have to make sure that you go across fast enough to get there.
The ashes of the phoenix. Only fire will set him free.
Use lightning here just to keep him back so that we can pull this lever. And then I need to roll and use lightning next to this one so that the wall will break during this animation. You pick up like a gem, which is a key item that you need. And I need to do this. That was actually a little bit scary. You don't have to pull that the whole way, only partially for the door to be open, the gate to be open. Now we have to push this column to protect us from the fire and to place it on one of the pressure plates, which is up ahead, so that we can get the phoenix's ashes. There's like a pot up there that has the ashes in it, and you need to put that into the fire or into the lava. Now these guys are being mean. Yep, they are being really mean. My health is bad too, so I will get the chest that is behind us. I don't think I didn't pull the lever, did I? And this one as well. Okay. Is he not? He's not gonna get rid of it time. I should have pulled it before going back, but these harpies have been very, very mean. Usually they just kind of chill out, but today it's just like, oh. I will get this because now you put the pot in the middle here because there's a contraption that's gonna lift it up. But there is a fight that emerges that we need to do. And I might just redo this, because at that point when there's two other bulls there, it's just not a good idea. It's just not a good idea. Why? Why? He didn't even lock on. Okay. I guess I did that way too early. That's not good. I don't understand how that is happening, but it is happening. Yeah, I'm just not locking onto them. This run has been such a disaster, it's actually crazy. Oh god. Don't lock onto him, please. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm not doing what I should be doing. I usually keep my cool pretty alright with marathon runs, but today I just can't. Just can't keep my cool like I normally do. Thanks. Oh, you haven't played this one? Yeah. It's pretty cool. There are a lot of cool strategies for this round. Yeah, we're almost up to that part. Just have to get there. We need to climb this wall because there's a chain you have to break that's on the not on the roof but just on the side wall that you have to break because there's a column that comes down. Over here. Because you use it so that it jams the elevator so that you can get up. This girl usually is with me, which I don't particularly like. And yeah, these platforms, they get raised because in the middle there is a lever for a bridge.
I have come too far to fail.
And here we have this mysterious person in the shadows that is versing us. And it turns out it's the Spartan from earlier in the game.
You?
That Kratos said to return back to Sparta.
My lord?
I told you to return to Sparta! Why do you leave Sparta unprotected?
Sparta is no more.
What treachery is this?
Zeus. He came under the cloak of darkness into Sparta. Keep watch. The people cried out for you. They begged for their god to save them. But you did not come. I was left with no choice. I had to seek out the sisters to change the fate of our beloved Sparta. For I am all that is left. Now you are all that is left.
Yeah.
I have faith that our brothers
He
of
is a very
Sparta
good character.
will live on through the true God of War.
And like Zeus's anger here is not just like blind rage, it's grief. Like a lot of things that people don't understand about Kratos is that Kratos' anger is fueled by grief. And you really see that in this part of the game. Like with the cutscene with the Spartan and also the cutscene that happens after this.
I am cursed! I am cursed! I am cursed! I am cursed!
So he has this vision, which is this, of his wife approaching him. His wife that he had murdered under blind rage. I mean, blinded by Ares' command.
So sorry, my love. Can you ever?
And the voice that talks to him is Gaia.
Kratos. You must go
Gaia,
on. There is much at
like
stake
this
here.
cutscene always is kind of like weird. How Gaia used an image of his dead
But
wife
you must grab hold
to
of your destiny and command
manipulate
it.
him to continue
There is a
battling
war on the
and like
horizon,
continue
and we need you to lead
so
us
that
into battle.
Gaia would get what she
The
wanted
death of Zeus.
from
If
this.
you relent, Zeus
like,
will torment
scenario.
you still. He will not
Like when you
rest
think of
till
it like that, you
live.
think like, wow,
And
that's
when
like
you
not
die,
cool.
His brother Hades will see
That's
that your
like
soul
not
is
cool
tortured
that
for all eternity.
that happened.
You will have no rest until you destroy him. Take within you this fire that burned your beloved Sparta.
Even though
Let it fuel your rage and hasten your steps.
like it
towards
was really
destiny.
bad that Zeus destroyed Sparta.
To act is upon
Because
us,
it's just very,
This battle is
it's like
just
such
the beginning
hypocrisy
of
because
the great war that is to come.
Zeus didn't want Kratos to defeat Olympus, or the city of Olympus. So what does he do? He kills Kratos and then goes and destroys Sparta, which is like Kratos' hometown. Like, what an asshole. Like, what a jerk. Anyway, we're gonna verse the Kraken now. Because for some reason he comes out. Because Kratos goes, verse me, Zeus, and the octopus is like, alright, here I am. I don't know, he just thought that Kratos wanted them. This fight is also a bit random. And, in that, like, the tentacle attacks do a lot of damage and have massive hitboxes. That's what I wanted to say. Those responses to that kind of info never make sense. You should avoid upsetting that person at all costs. I'm not sure what you're referring to. So yeah, the aim of this fight is you hit the tentacle, put the body on the pressure plate twice, and then you fly up to hit the part of the head at the front. News that some guy's gonna kill you in the future. I still don't know what you're referring to. Still don't know what you're referring to. Like, that sounds like Kronos. Of what happened to him. I don't know. But that's kind of random to mention right now because I'm not talking about that. Hey Fortis, how are you? For the final phase, you activate Rage so that you have some invulnerability to the tentacle slams, and you use lightning so that you can hit both the tentacles at once. Now we can have the Phoenix. To fly to where the sisters are. This has been a really big adventure to get to this point in the game. All to meet the sisters. All of this is slowed down. Oh, that didn't work. Once you break the crystal, it's not slowed down. We need to hit these 2 bells at once. So you bonk the first bell, and then you activate the slowdown. Then you go to the next bell. One of the bells has the face of Kronos on it, and the other bell has the face of Zeus on it, which is Kronos' son. Change the direction of this, and then you can break the face and go through it. Now we meet the sisters. The throne of Lachesis. So Lachesis is the first sister that you meet, and she has been like the hologram that you see throughout that end segment that appears in the blood. Her design is very good. She has a very good design.
Been expecting you.
Out of my way.
Especially her cape, like, is very detailed and colorful.
None can change their destiny, Kratos. We sisters determine the fate of all. It was I who deemed that the Titans lose the Great War.
And it's rather interesting, this cutscene, because it gives the impression that Lachesis led him to this point because she liked him. Like the way that she's touching him makes it kind of seem like the whole reason why she wanted him to come all this way is because she's been looking at his life and looking upon him and like perving on him, to be blunt. And then like he gets to this point and she's like all over him, and then she's like, well, you know what, never mind, I'm gonna beat you now. Just like, it's a very interesting cutscene. Just the way it's displayed. Typical Blink stuff. Honestly, yeah. Okay, now one thing about this fight is you want to go where you don't want her to be. When she has like all those green and blue orbs coming out of her, it means she's ready to go into her next phase. And when that happens, she can end up in some really bad spots. But the strategy that we have is to grab the hook and then hit her repeatedly while she's in the air. You can kind of keep hitting her that way, and you want her close to a hook. You don't want her far away.
Do not defy fate, Kratos.
Also, that was really weird. She like slammed on the hook. She didn't go on the
We have
floor.
woven the events of your
And that's
life.
how we do that fight with animation cancelling with the hammer and the grabbing of the hook. Now we meet the second sister. This sister's name is Anthropos. She has a lot more of like a ghastly death look, like especially with her dress.
Control your destiny, foolish
Like the black mass that's on her lower half. But because she has like two twin tails, I just think of her as like an evil Hatsune Miku. Cause she's got like the two, like, she's got the two twin tails. And ever since I thought that, I can't unsee it now.
Who dies this day, not Ares. We can change your past and set your future. This is the power of the fates.
And I always thought like her design, like her, especially her upper body design and her face design would be really good for like a body paint. I remember when body painting was a pretty big thing on Twitch. I don't know if it's... What the heck happened there? I don't know if it still is, but I always thought her design would be pretty cool for something like that. Okay, she's coming back. So at the start we hit her with the hammer. She is in a really weird spot, but we're gonna take it. She went away. That's not good. She's gonna come back. Where will she be? She'll be back where she was before. I'm gonna keep getting these times now. However, she's not going down. But now she is. That just took a little while. You can get her straight away as soon as she comes to the platform, but sometimes she goes away. Also because there's a lot of enemies as well that hang around. So this whole scene here is actually something that happens in the first game. Like there's Ares in the back with Kratos fighting each other, and the blade is what he uses to defeat Ares. And they had this little fight happen in the past with when that happened.
I'm through playing games with you, Kratos. This power was never meant for a mortal like you.
Now they are both angry and we're gonna be fighting them together. You mainly fight Larkasus, but Anthropos is also gonna be here. So you want to use rage? She's going up, which is not good. Yeah, this is not good. This is really bad. She needs to stay on the floor for this to be good, but she's not doing good. I don't want it to be like this. You need to stay down. You need to stay down. But she is not staying down. There we go. So once she's taken enough damage, you can use her to slow down time, so then you can get to Anthropos. During this little thing, you can actually start up the spinning of the hammer and then break the mirror during that. It's really bad when she goes up in the air like this because you just cannot take advantage of her the same way you can when she's on the floor, like with the hammer. I also need to make sure that my health and my rage is good for the last part of this fight. Now the reason why I hit her with the blade during that part is to try and get a little bit more rage meter. This is bad. No, it's okay. So we hit her. We go behind her to avoid her attack, and then you can wail on her like that. There's a few QTEs here to keep mind of. They're not always the same. At least I don't think they're always the same. And then you break the mirror. And that's the end of their fight. We are not going to see them again. However, there is another sister. There are 3 Sisters of Fate. However, the last one is a little bit different from the first 2 in that she has a fight, but it's not as complicated. So this is the 3rd sister. This is Clotho. She's over there. Now for this corridor, this is a very notorious corridor in that if you die during any of it, you have to restart it. You have to start from the beginning. That is not what I wanted to do. Keep pressing the wrong things sometimes. I feel like it's my D-pad on my controller. And we're gonna be using the head of Urgale quite a bit to freeze the enemies. Now this part of the fight is actually kind of difficult. So what you can do with the snake Medusas is you can do a grab on them and then they will throw a orb, a green orb at you that you can use to petrify the surrounding enemies if you correctly counter it with the golden fleece that we had received during the game. Is she the last enemy? She might actually be. She is. Okay, that was pretty good. That one actually went pretty well. Our currency is also looking pretty good. Now the next wave, we're just going to do a basic freeze over all of them. If you press block and then attack, you do this, which is like a big wave that you can take advantage of. Now here is one of the harder fights. So there's 2 bulls and then there's also going to be C tiers around as well. I didn't get this one, it's not good. We do have rage though for this part, so I'm going to try and organize it so that we keep as much rage as possible to defeat them. That was mean. Getting grabbed by them is just not very nice. You can continuously counter them. There are barriers that happen during the fights too. Oh, this is not very nice because they're not in order. No, keep blocking. We need to keep blocking. Keep countering. So I can get my hammer attacks in. Okay. I can't remember if I took the health here. If I did, I'm not gonna be in a very good situation. I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay, well, good luck. We will try our best. Okay. Thankfully, that is like one of the harder fights to do. The next one isn't too bad, but then the end part is pretty rough to have to deal with. So we hope it goes okay. Because there's— oh! Why did I not— oh my god. Okay. Well, I didn't get that guy. This is bad. Yeah, that was just horrible. I was not even close to... Okay, this means we have to do it all over again. I thought that the first burst would get the Cyclops, but it apparently was too far away. So I didn't get that. Also, when I go to Arrow, it goes to Medusa Hood, which is not bad at all. This is not good. It's particularly annoying when I don't freeze the things that I want to freeze. Oh, this is... No, they don't freeze. I've seen, yeah, that you can freeze them through the barrier, but I don't think that applies to PlayStation 2. I don't think that it does. Or if it does, I don't know what the requirement is. Anyway. Even go for it. That's not where I wanted to aim at. Well, yeah, I'm not, I'm not... I'm not trying to get rid of it. Probably shouldn't take this lead, but I am. Oh, I already took that, that's right. This is not... Anyway, let's see how we go. I might try to just... He will aim for him because he's large. Large and in charge. still more. I need to be... Typically here you want to have a bit of magic left over for something coming up, but... I might just... I really don't have enough anymore, so... I think that's everyone there. Yay! That's I think the way that this is, you have to do your horizontal attacks rather than vertical. Yeah, I don't have enough. I'm gonna take this.
Clotho weaves the thread of life for every mortal, god and time. Find your thread, and you will be able to control the mirrors of the fates, the source of their power, and use them as a gateway to return to the time when Zeus betrayed you.
So I have to go this way. Because you can break... If you have enough magic for lightning, you can break the web that's on the right so that you don't have to go around. But that's alright. So yeah, this is Clotho. Clotho, she wields the strings of time. She's the third sister, and she is a big monster. She's not as humanoid as the other two sisters in design for the game. It is interesting to like see the different depictions of like mythological or folklore things, because like there's another game on PlayStation 2, Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, that also has Lachesis, Anthropos and Clotho, but they are depicted extremely differently from this game. The designs are very different. Zeus in 5. 5 what? What do you mean by 5? Oh, SMT5, okay. I was just confused on what you meant, that's all. Oh, what the fu- Don't do that. I am being silly. That's not... It's okay. Let's just... keep forgetting. Yeah, you got a copy of it now to play it. It is fun. No, it's just so that he can go up. He needs these ropes to go up. This one in particular. She like her hands, she just kind of swats him away, so he's preventing her from doing that. Oh, I didn't do this. But because she wields the strings, he needs to defeat her so that he can find his string to change his fate. That's the whole reason why he is here. Yeah, she doesn't have a very complex, like, boss fight. Like, you can use the slowdowns that are on the side, but it's not necessary to defeat her. Now we upgrade the Blades of Athena. We upgrade these as the final upgrade that we do. We want them upgraded so that when we verse Zeus, we have a bit more power.
The power of the Fates resides within these great mirrors. Find your thread, and you will be able to control the mirrors, and use them as a gateway to return to the time when Zeus betrayed you.
He gets the strings and then he pulls them to find the point that he wants to travel back in time to, through the mirror. And that point is going to be when Zeus stabbed and betrayed Kratos right at the beginning of the game. So we're going through all the different pictures of what happened throughout the game to go back to this point. Which is really interesting because he could have traveled back to any moment when you think about it through this power that their sisters have. He could have traveled back to the time where he made a pact with Ares. He could have traveled back to the time where his family got killed. He could have traveled back to several different times, but he didn't. He wasn't really thinking straight, I think.
I underestimated you.
He was just
A mistake I do.
not being very smart in that regard. He just wanted to get revenge on Zeus. Because those 2 points were some pretty critical points in Kratos' development, like his character development. But it does kind of also make sense that he would just go back to the point where Zeus betrayed him because he's just filled with revenge and hate for Zeus at this point. Learning more and more about him, like how he destroyed Sparta. This is before Sparta got destroyed, so there is a line that he says during this fight where he says, "I won't let you destroy Sparta." So, yeah. So for this start of the fight, there are going to be three sirens. There are going to be 3 sirens that spawn in. And we want to, one after the other, make them scream and kill them. But we also want to plant a lightning bolt, a fully upgraded Kronos Rage is what it's called. And then do the siren so that we can get him to do what we want. And then when he puts his arm down, we attack, and then we can go to the next part of this fight. Now it starts to get really hard. This fight in particular is very hard and very random. You can reset the checkpoint, and then you can, using rage, you can get quite a few hits in on him. This move that he does, where he does lightning on the floor, is probably one of his better moves to do.
Your powers are no match for me.
There we go, he grabs the blade off you. Okay, that was not very nice. Yeah, that was not nice. Okay, let's do that again. Reload checkpoint, blade through, rage, and then you do these. This move where you shoot a shot with the blade, it's a pretty powerful attack to make use of. He's doing very good attacks. Even though my health is pretty low.
Your powers are no
The
match
best thing
for
that can
me.
happen is when he's just completely stunned. Now we're using the uppercut. We want to make use of that. We don't want to use the whole array of attacks on him because he can block them when he gets multiple attack hits. When he receives enough damage, he goes to the middle of the arena with a prompt on him.
I have come to kill you, Zeus!
We take him and throw him away.
Not let you destroy Sparta.
Now this phase in particular can be pretty hard because you don't always have a lot of resources at this point in the fight. I do have a little bit of magic there, which is good. When he throws these lightning bolts, it's really bad. Always make a joke of like, oh, he's playing tennis with his son, because canonically, Zeus is one of the bastard children of Zeus. Because like, yeah, in Greek mythology, Zeus basically had sex with everything. So, yeah. Kratos is one of them, so he's, yeah, demigod in that he is half human, half god. Okay, this is good.
Your powers are no match for me.
Now we just have to finish this. So we prepare an attack, release it, we do an uppercut. And then, yeah, the last phase is really simple. He doesn't have a lot of health left. But yeah, in the PlayStation Portable games, you get a little bit more backstory for, like, Zeus's mother and brother, like his family background.
told you I would make you
And
pay
like
for
one of the
what you
things with
did.
his mother is that Zeus cursed his mother that if his mother ever told Kratos that Zeus was the father of him, that she would turn into a monster. And that's exactly what happens in the PSP games.
I lay down my arms, Zeus!
Which is sad. And then his brother also dies too. Yeah, Zeus is definitely not a nice person. Very much not a nice person.
Release me from this torment of mine.
I will release you from your life, my son, but your torment is just beginning.
Yeah, here it's very interesting because Kratos stabs Zeus
You cannot do this,
and Athena interrupts.
Dare stand against me, Athena?
Yeah, my estimate wouldn't have been right on the nose if I actually played the...
defend Olympus.
There was a lot
Know
of
this,
heaps
my
of
son.
just piles and piles
You
of
have
things that
started
did
a
not
war
go
you
right.
cannot possibly win. The fates have already deemed me victorious.
No, Kratos! Stop!
No!
And yeah, Athena sacrifices herself to protect Zeus from Kratos.
Why do you sacrifice yourself?
To save Olympus.
I do not seek to destroy Olympus. Only Zeus.
Zeus is Olympus.
He brought this to himself.
The animation here is
Because
very
of
good,
fear,
like Athena's
Kratos.
hair
A
and
fear felt by
the
his father
skin.
Kronos. A fear that wrought the Great War. A fear that drove Zeus to kill you. His own son.
His son.
Just as Zeus was compelled to destroy his father Kronos. You are compelled to do the same. No son should destroy his own father.
No. I have no father.
God after God will deny you.
I do think, however, the color of
They
green
will protect Zeus.
is a very unique choice
Zeus must
for like
live
her dying
so that
body.
Olympus will prevail.
If all on Olympus will deny me my vengeance, then all on
She's turning
Olympus
into
will
Mountain Dew
die.
like a real gamer.
I have lived in the shadow of the gods for long enough. The time of the gods has come to an end.
And yeah, this cutscene is very epic.
Remember, Kratos, you have the power to control time itself.
Yeah, even like the eyes, like the animation of the eyes is very good. We need to go back to animations like that. We need to go back. Alright, time will be coming up to whoever is in control of time and space and the universe of this marathon. I'm almost gonna finish. I'm the time. Okay, Time Lord. When I enter this portal, I'm gonna say time, and then I'm gonna stop. Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna smile. I'm dead. Okay, get ready. We're almost there. Stupid PlayStation 2 loading. And time. Time. That's my impression of an air horn. Do you have a stream? Yeah, I stream at twitch.tv/Gala. This was the worst run of my life. Oh, but at least we get to see guys' lovely trees. It makes it all worth it in the end. Thanks for having me.
Ghost of Sparta.
Yeah, I stream on
Gods are
Twitch.
far
I
too powerful for us to
promise
defeat
I'm not usually this bad.
All Olympus tremble at my name. Zeus is
Anyway,
weak.
it was fun to get to
Ares
show
and
up at
Athena
least.
are dead,
And talk to
I
some
wield the
people that
blade.
like the game. That's
We can
cool.
win the Great War,
I like
but
games
not in this
too.
time.
Yay! Okay. Now that my run is
We will
finished, it
destroy
means
the
that someone
petty
else has
gods,
to
and
do
we
their
will see
run.
Olympus crumble
Alright.
before us.
Oh, I have time to finish out the cutscene, okay?
Return to my
Let's
time.
watch the cutscene.
Victory awaits.
So Kratos travels back in time to when the war happened, and he teleports the Titans to the present day to defeat the Olympian stinkers.
The mortals worship. We who rule over this land. We
Comfy
who will
long
not be
speedrun.
swept
I know,
aside
but
by this petulant fool.
I don't mind being bad. It's just this was
Gods,
bad.
Put aside the petty grievances that have
It was
splintered
worse
us
than
for so
bad.
long.
It was like beyond.
Unite.
Ah,
We'll stand
gosh.
together, and
Anyway,
I
here's
will
Zeus
wipe
having
out
a
this
yap.
plague. Olympus will prevail.
Olympus will prevail. And this cutscene leads into God of War 3. Look at Hermes. Hermes looks so good in the PlayStation 2 design. The flames look so much better on PS2 than they did on God of War 3. They made his hair like bright white. Here comes Gaia. Here he comes.
Zeus, your son has returned. I bring the destruction of Olympus.
I bring the destruction of Olympus. Oh lordy. And then there's all the titans climbing Mount Olympus. They're burning down the buildings. And then that's why it says the end begins, because it's not the end. There's still the third game that comes after this. Yay! Thanks everyone for watching. Okay, who's next? Batter up. Okay, thanks for having me. If you want to see me, I stream on twitch.tv/Gala. That's it. Video games.
say something for me?
Hello, my name is Mash.
Thank you.